Judge, my client should be logging on. Do you mind if I run an announce for the
Sure.
judge, County District Judge Ramon
Yes,
On
no
her-
problem.
on her trial docket?
And who is your client?
Ramon. And Trevino is the one on Zoom. He's the
Yes.
one in Colorado. He'll be logged on.
All right, thank you.
But I have another one on your docket too. He's the one.
Okay.
Hi, Judge.
Hello. Brenda, it seems like the closer we get to the holidays, it feels like every day is a Friday. It doesn't even feel like a Monday. All right, everyone, I'm going to call the docket, and if you're on the front row, that means that you were late. If you're on the front row, that means that you were late.
Go one row back.
Is he listening to me?
Can you go run?
Brenda, I don't want to accuse somebody of being late.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to call the docket. Please let me know that you are here. Today sort of has a Friday feel, so let's keep the excitement that it feels like a Friday, even though it's a Monday. All right, in custody, we have John Zulaka, Daryl Masters, April Zuniga, Latoya Dowden, Kadir Gunner, Travis Murray,
Your Honor, I represent Mr. Murray. He's out on bond. He told me he was stuck in a little bit of traffic, Judge, so I do apologize on his behalf. He should be here shortly.
all right, just have him sit on the front row.
Yes, sir.
Juan Antonio Garcia Sanchez,
Present, Judge.
Mary Diaz, Efron Soto, Deshandra McAfee, Daniel Van Duzer. In custody, we have Arturo Rivera, Maria Neely, Jason Hickman, Joe Frank Dominguez, Christopher Gonzalez. In custody, we have Jorge Macias, Ignacio Rios. Ignacio Rios. All right, Joe Frank Dominguez. All right, thank you. Manuel Caldera is in custody. Ubrado Garcia, John Casanova, Robert Bell are in custody. Julian and Julian Hughes. Julian Hughes. Mark Aragon. Latasha Jenkins. Latasha Jenkins. All right, in custody, we have Omar Kalunga, Dominique Brinkley, Dante McCoy. Dante McCoy. In custody, we have Jeremy Medina, Marvin Smith, April Polinar. In custody, we have Crystal Cherry, Christopher Reyes, Christopher Reyes, Megan McCloskey, Chelsea Warren, Mark Aragon, You're on the docket twice. In custody, we have Jason Hickman. Mario Guerra. Thank you. Anthony Trevino is by Zoom, but he's there. In custody, we have Victor Mendoza, Donnell Ward, John Cuellar, Amber Grant. Ayanna Smith. Oh, thank you. William Curtis. And Henry Peterson, I know you. Alfonso Ramos is in custody. Is there anyone who's present and your name was not called or you came in late? What's your name? Do you have a SID number or case number?
The number is 0353632.
Do you have an attorney?
Supposed to be here.
Who's your attorney?
White company.
All right, just give us a moment. Yes,
Yes, sir.
stand up. What's your name?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a SID number or case number? Do you know who your attorney is?
No.
All right, just give us a moment. Anyone else who came in late? Yes, Travis what?
I represent him, Your Honor. He was the one that came in a little bit later.
All right, so if you could sit on the front row for me, please. Who else is late?
Moses Ross.
Do you have a case number?
I have a SIN number.
Yes.
1085255.
Do you know who your attorney is?
Ray Harrison.
All right, anyone else who came in late or your name was not called? All right. All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. I try to keep the court as least congested as possible. So, attorneys, when you grab your file, just place it on the prosecutor's desk and have a seat. They will call you as soon as they are ready to speak with you. If you have someone who's in custody, just ask the deputy to bring them out. Once you ask for your client to be brought out, do not, I repeat, do not leave the courtroom. If you have a client who needs an interpreter, I am not speaking to you until you have an interpreter. Once you call the interpreter, do not leave because there's a shortage on interpreters. Do not approach the court unless you've spoken to a prosecutor, conferred with your client. Excuse me, are you too late? Who are you here for? All right, and who are you here for? Are you on the docket?
Yes.
All right, what's the name again?
Amber Grant.
Amber what?
Grant.
Do you have a case number or SID number?
731-534.
Okay, all right, just have a seat. All right, everyone, confer and be nice. Thank you. And don't approach the court without a tie. All right, I will do that. It seems like the weather is sort of, the temperature here is sort of nice. I can actually put on a robe today.
Don't say it too loud though.
Christopher Gonzalez.
Yep.
Oh, stay here.
What's it? Excellent. Okay. Marcus is already on. Yeah, that's right. We just forward you the email I sent. It's gonna be, yeah. The Tuesday. Right here. It's kind of for 9. Yeah. Once it's done. YouTube channel, I think.
Juliet, you?
I think it's.
Juliet King? Dante McCoy?
2019 CR.
Renato Rios? Efraín Soto?
Yes. I'll put that email. Okay.
Morning, Jen.
Good morning.
No, okay.
Yes, do you need something?
Judge, I met my client for the first time this morning. I've been trying to call him. He hadn't been in touch with me. But he advises me he wants to hire an attorney.
Oh, is he here?
He's here.
Okay, all right, just give me a moment.
Okay.
What is your client's name?
Joe Dominguez.
All right, just one second.
There was.
Joe Frank Dominguez?
Yes.
That's one.
All right, could I see Joe Frank Dominguez, please? My understanding is that you're going to hire an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
Sooner today.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna start looking today.
Let me find you on the docket just a second. Okay. All right, I'm gonna recall you for December 19th.
Okay.
Is there a reset form over there? Thank you.
I think you can.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, counsel, if you'll have your client sign that, and you're to come back on the 19th with an attorney. And counsel, you'll remain on the case unless he hires an attorney.
mean, any company should be, you know, part of that. Some medical record. He's gonna leave it. What was it? Your Honor, she is here for confinement.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We got time. Does everything work out? Reset. MCR.
I'm just gonna go.
Latoya's out.
Thank you. That one's done. All right, Anaya Smith. Yes, if you can come forward. Ms. Gonzalez, it says that this is for a compliance hearing. Do you know what this is concerning?
I believe it's just concerning the results of the drug court evaluation and then concerning the staff evaluation that was not able to be completed.
Oh, this is the one, correct?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Smith, my understanding is that they were trying to do a TAP evaluation and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
discontinued it?
She said that she recommended drug court instead, so.
No.
Oh.
This is what everyone needs to be quiet. This is what the court understands happened. And maybe there's miscommunication, but my understanding is that they were in the middle of a TAP evaluation
Right.
with you. And you no longer wanted to do it, and so
Right.
you disconnected.
Yes, I did.
All right, so file a motion to revoke, and you may end up going to prison. All right,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Yes, she's fine.
Am I fine?
Yes, I have it. Sure.
Sounds like there's a first set. I mean, it looked like she's been doing well.
Ready to sing. Christopher
That
Gonzalez.
was negative. I think he meant- Looked like she was trying to get-
Who's here on Deshandra McAfee? Thank you. All right, are you waiting for the court?
Oh, did I just wait? She called?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You need our client to approach
Yes.
as well.
All right, Ms. McAfee, my understanding is that you're requesting a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just have a seat. We have a jury out in the hallway. Just give us a moment, okay?
Thank you, yeah.
You're welcome. Yes.
I think it was-
Who's here on Henry Peterson?
Morning, Jeff.
Good morning. All right, so Mr. Peterson, come forward. All right, so what is going on here?
Judge, we were before the court last week and we had asked the court to consider removing either the GPS monitor or the SRAM monitor since we testing weekly.
Mhm.
That's with UAs, and the court asked us to come back to that.
Yes. All right, State, have you had a chance to review that?
So I reviewed it very briefly right before you called us up.
Do you need more time to review?
From what I understand, Marcus's position was he wanted to keep the GPS on and then leave it in your discretion in regards to the scram.
All right, is Marcus going to be down here today?
No, he's already started his paternity leave.
All right, so it's your call. So it's no longer Marcus's call. So if you want to confer with them and let the court know what the decision is.
My position would be to keep GPS and then leave scram in your discretion.
And that's fine with us, Judge. We don't have any objection to removing either one of them. The issue with the SRAM, if the court would recall, is that he had an old monitor that continued to have problems. He's been on the new monitor since October 11th and he hasn't had any GPS, I'm sorry, any SRAM issues since then, but he is testing every week through the probation department.
right.
Services.
I go
He said
through
no.
pre-trial and do,
Why
it's
is he-
through RMS actually.
All right, why is he on GPS? That's my question.
Like, when they let me out of jail, they made me wear the GPS.
Is there a reason for that, State?
Not that I'm completely aware of. Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
And he's not driving, he doesn't have a vehicle, he's driver.
And the-
If we've seen the driver here before, Judge.
Yes.
He comes in every.
And the GPS of the tracker, Scram does the same thing that the UAs do. But I believe more in the UA than I do anything else.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna go on the record. Court is calling 2022 CR 3176, State of Texas versus Henry Peterson. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
defense?
On behalf of Mr. Pierce.
And are you Mr. Peterson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, my understanding is there's a request before the court to remove Scram. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And this case has been before the court on numerous occasions. The court had received numerous reports of Scram violations. Everyone needs to be quiet and whisper, please. The court had received numerous reports for Scram violations. I believe we had 8 maybe reports of Scram violations.
Right.
And the court ordered that Mr. Peterson do weekly testing because Mr. Peterson was insisting that he was not using alcohol. And with the weekly testing, Mr. Peterson has always been negative. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As far as we're aware of.
And Mr. Peterson is on GPS and on the Scram device. Mr. Peterson, are both of those devices required that you pay a fee?
The courts are paying fees on both of my devices.
All right. And is that a burden
The Scram device
financially?
financially, well, the courts are paying for them
Mhm.
because I can't afford them.
Okay.
He is paying for that weekly testing.
I do pay for my UAs.
All right. Well, the court is finding because there was some issues with the Scram device and the Scram was showing positive UAs. And that the testing is showing negative UAs, then the court will discontinue Scram in the interest of justice. And the court will allow the defendant to be on GPS. GPS will let us know the distance he's traveling if it appears that he's in a vehicle. And we will continue with the weekly testing because the testing will let us know if he's using alcohol. Any objections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, you need to submit a motion.
I wasn't.
All right, if there's nothing else, you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll get it.
I'm gonna get sure we're going down. And then you'll let me know. Thank you.
Alfonso Ramos.
I have it. Yes. Yes, you may approach. Okay. Mhm. All right, do you want to take that today or do you want your days? No, have you talked to the probation officer? Yeah, just tell her, Ms. Gonzalez. Can you file the motion to revoke and just put on their failure to do the TAP evaluation? Yes, and we'll just do that today. A motion to revoke, yes, do a motion to revoke and the prosecutor can sign off on it.
And just allege the failure to do the tap would be perfect. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
I mean, if you have a counter offer.
All right, who's here on Mario Guerra?
Can we approach?
Yes.
And Judge, this is Michael Villarreal's case.
Yes.
He and I have been working on this. And through a set of circumstances that included him being in trial and then me alternatively being in trial and then him being on vacation and I think me alternatively being on vacation.
And now
We-
we have COVID.
And now he has COVID.
Yeah.
That's that plane ride. That'll teach him.
Mhm.
We have not had an opportunity to exchange the discovery that we said we were going to. I have to go to the DA's office to see some of this stuff. And so I'm sorry to tell the court that we need a little extra time to get that accomplished, what we told the court we were going to accomplish last time.
All right, we're going to recall this for January 17th.
17, that's fine.
Yes, and we'll do it as a, this will be the final discovery.
Got it. That's perfect, Judge. Thank you.
All right, I'll give you a reset form.
Okay. Just go have a seat. And I'll have
Hey,
it signed.
Judge.
Hello. It's December.
I'm milling. I'm just milling.
Here.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Christopher Gonzalez. Hello. Hi.
Here.
Yes. All right, where are we on this case?
Judge, it's a first trial setting and there's some discovery I need to further look into. There's an allegation on another person that didn't go through.
All right, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to speak up.
As there's a discovery I need to continue on. I'm looking into another allegation regarding the alleged victim alleges another person also assaulted her, and that case then got filed, and it's a recent case.
All right, state.
Judge, yes, we're looking into that discovery. As defense mentioned, it is a first setting, so we hope with a normal reset, we'll be able to obtain that.
All right, and so the discovery is for new charges or what?
Allegations relating to another victim.
All right, and are there CPS records involved with this case?
I don't believe that we have any in our possession yet.
All right, is this alleged? Is this complainant alleged to be family member?
No,
Because I'm trying to figure out, is
a
there
na-
any CPS?
it's a neighbor, Your
It's the
Honor.
neighbor in my neighborhood.
Okay. All right, I need a 1-month reset. All right, you're gonna come back on January 23rd.
Thank you, Judge.
You'll get a reset form and then you're excused.
Was
Actually,
more important than me.
Judge, may I approach?
Just a moment. Yes, thank you. All right, you can make a copy for defense and then we'll proceed with it. Juliana or Julian Hughes. You appear to be missing a tie.
I have a tie in my bag, Judge. Would you like me to put it on?
Yes, please.
Really?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to leave and return.
Okay.
Judge, if you wait, I'll write you mine.
Renee, I've given people some leeway and then now everybody's like, let me come in a t-shirt. Let me. Daniel Van Duzer.
I thought I had one in here.
Where's the attorney for Van Duzer? Just have a seat. We'll get with you.
Access.
And Ariana Smith, we need to appoint Miss Christian as her attorney. Mark Aragon.
He's present, Judge.
All right. Mr. Aragon, today is your plea deadline date.
Judge, I wanted to inform the court, I was recently hired. Mr. Aragon has not seen any of the discovery in his file, and I was gonna ask the court to give me a reset so I can review the discovery with him so we can make an informed decision about his offer.
All right, because it's a theft under 2,500 enhanced in possession.
Correct.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need this recalled for the second week in January for a plea deadline date. Is that enough time for you,
It
counsel?
should be, yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll come back on January 12th.
Perfect, thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form. Ignacio Rios. Come forward. And on your way forward, get rid of the gum. All right, where are we on this case?
Good, it's a first setting. There's an audio recording that can't be uploaded to e-discovery, so they're gonna make a copy. So we're just asking for a reset to obtain and review that, but that shouldn't take long.
All right, and that's the only discovery that's outstanding?
As far as I know, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for Mr. Rios, 1 month, please. All right, we'll come back on January 19th. Just get a reset form for Mr. Ferguson and your excuse.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Maria Antoinette Neely. Hi, where's your
She's
come
in
forward?
Kessie. Do you want her to come?
Yes. All right, she has 2 cases. What is happening?
Judge, this is a first setting and I have no offer today because they don't have an offer ready for me yet. And I will say I had inaccurately marked this on my calendar that she had hired someone, which is not true. So I haven't reviewed the discovery, so I don't feel comfortable signing an acknowledgement just yet. If we could have a reset.
All right, do you have any idea if there's discovery outstanding or no?
I'm not sure. I have reviewed what's in the state's file this morning, but I just need to make sure if there's any body cams. There's also some Brady notices in there I want to go over.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a regular reset 1 month on Maria Antoinette Neely, please?
Perfect.
All right. And are you concluded with your client or you still need to? speak with them?
I'm finished. I'm gonna make a jail Zoom. I don't need to take up the court's time for that.
All right. Oh, if you want to continue to talk to her, you can.
That's okay. I've got it. Thank you.
All right, Miss Neely can go back.
I gave her indictment, so that's what she's going.
Manuel Caldera. A Caldera,
Good morning, Your Honor.
come forward,
The client is present.
come forward. All right, what's happening with this case?
But he has a pending criminal mischief awaiting indictment. But we're gonna try to wrap everything up together. We don't even have a police report yet on the criminal mischief. If we could just get a reset.
All right, and I'm assuming, have you been appointed on that case as well?
I believe yes, I have.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 1-month reset on Manuel Caldera. All right, we'll bring you back on the 19th, Mr. Caldera, and hopefully your attorney will have all the discovery by then.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
God
thank
bless.
you. Yes. Who's here on Juliana Hughes or Julianne Hughes? Is the attorney here? Oh, okay. All right, who's here on Alfonso Ramos?
Good morning, Judge. I'm back.
Good morning. Yes.
Because last week we would ask the court to set a bond on Mr. Ramos. He was in jail and court asked us to the court asked that he be brought over today or tomorrow. The violation report that was issued in October, I believe, because of
September.
Of September, okay. And I believe the actual offense state, Judge, I believe that this was actually filed as a misdemeanor originally, and then they I think they refiled it as a felony, I think is what happened. But he's been in jail since the 8th, and he's remanded without bond. I believe the prior bond was $3,000.
All right, have you conferred with the state on these, the substance of the underlying cases?
They didn't, I talked to him about setting the bond today, Judge, last weekend, again today.
No, I mean conferred with them about the substance of the cases.
I haven't seen the discovery yet. I was just hired on Friday. We've requested the discovery, hasn't come in yet.
All right, so they don't have discovery on the case?
I would assume that they do, Judge, but I just haven't been able to access it yet.
State? Is it criminal trial division or
It is.
family law? Do you have the discovery on Mr. Ramos police reports or anything? It's pre-indicted.
I'll have to check the system.
All right, just give us a moment.
Sure.
You want to copy of the picture?
No, it's for defense because maybe you all can work something out. Who knows?
Well, he's got another case pending, Judge, and I'm not on that one yet.
The theft case?
Yes.
Okay. We'll see who's on it.
I'll take that to him, but I'm not quite sure. I know I could talk him into a cap of 12 on the map. And it is low, but I mean, for early resolution without having to do anything, without having to put two very young kids on the stand. All right, okay.
Thanks.
Jorge Macias.
That's me, Your
All
Honor.
right, where's Mr. Macias?
Judge, he's in custody. This is the
first setting.
Is he over there? Is he out?
Okay.
Oh, no, okay.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
Juvenile here.
All right, state for family violence. Okay,
I've conferred with the state, judge.
Alright.
There's still some discrepancy.
all right.
Family violence attorneys are on time today.
Yeah,
Me.
yeah. So on Macias Castro, is there any CPS records or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a regular reset on Macias, 1 month, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll come back on January 23rd.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll be back.
All right, thank you. Deputy Laura, could you let Mr. Macias know that his attorney will be in contact with him? And that his new court date is January 23rd. Ayana Smith? Okay. Oh, I have Van Duzer. Yes.
Want to make sure, thanks, Mama, thank you.
All right. Could I see the parties on Van Duzer?
Van Duzer, come on up.
All right. So where are we on this case?
So I believe today is Mr. Van Duzer's last day to accept the plea bargain, and
Yes.
he has decided he would like to go to trial.
All right. State, how long do you anticipate this trial? It's a drug case and an arson
Oh.
case.
No more, yeah, no more than 3 days. With 3 days, including the jury selection.
I would have to agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Van Duzer. All right, we'll come back on January 24th. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand? All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form.
Have a seat.
Let me read.
Sorry, I only have another trial.
What's the other case? Is that case gonna go?
I think it is.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, we'll keep this one and then if it goes.
That's perfectly fine. Let's
Sure.
do that.
All right, thank you.
I'm not, I'm gonna try to.
All right, who's here on McAfee? The attorney on Deshandra McAfee?
Judge, that's Megan Enriquez. I think she stepped to another court.
Okay. All right, no problem. And then we're waiting on Smith. All right, defense on Mr. Ramos.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
There's, on the other case that he has, my understanding is that there's, they need to reach out to the victim on that case before they can make any offer on this case. Judge, on this particular case, though, he was on bond for about a year, and this is his first violation report, and it's the new case.
All right, so where was he? Because that was signed in October. And now it's,
They never made any attempt to go get him, Judge. He lives in the same apartment for over.
well, I mean, why didn't he show up for court? I mean, he knew he had courts. That's what I'm
Oh, it
trying.
wasn't the court, Judge. It was, violation reports because of the new offense that he took down.
And where's the state?
She's right here, Judge.
All right, let's bring him up.
There's one.
All right, do you have a bond suggestion for Mr. Alfonso Ramos? He was previously on a PR bond.
It was a $3,000 PR bond.
The prior PR bond I have was 1,500.
I'm sorry. That's okay.
But
Yeah, Judge, we would defer to the court. I mean, I would have liked to work out the judge, but we got to reach out to the victim.
on the solicitation for prostitute?
No, the new case, Judge, the.
Theft enhanced?
Yes.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. Ms. Ferguson, you'd have them do a rush on a PR bond evaluation for him, because I don't have a PR bond evaluation.
Okay.
All right, and I will set your bond now, and I'll set it at $3,000 based upon what the previous PR bond was set. And of course, I'm still going to have him evaluated for a PR bond, but there's no way for me to set a PR bond without knowing what his history is, as far as can he afford to pay, what he can afford to pay, those type of things.
Certainly.
Right. You know what, just 1 second. Shouldn't there be something in the system for his previous PR bond? Because he was given a PR bond before. It should have just disappeared. Before we do that, let me have them check the system, because there should be a PR bond application in there. Here you are. So just have a seat. We're going to see about your PR bond.
What's the? Well, he's not in the controlled access. And the ladies in the hospital said, oh, they let us go, or whatever they.
Can I just give the courts a heads up?
Yes. Okay. 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 Let me know when you're all ready. You're ready, right?
Thank you very much. You have a good.
We're ready whenever the court's ready.
All right. Could I see the motion to revoke, please? On Smith, could I see it? Oh. They got it. Yes, okay, thank you. All right, could I see the parties on Ayanna Smith, please? Court is calling 2022 CR 6750 State of Texas versus Ayanna LaShawn Smith. Could I have parties and defense if you'll be on? Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Melissa Christian for the defendant.
And I'm gonna need everybody in the box to be quiet. We're on the record. And are you Ms. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Smith, I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you have a chance to review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, this motion was filed today. Of course, you're entitled to 10 days to prepare.
We waive.
All right. Ms. Smith, do you have any objections to your attorney waiving the 10 days? All right. Are you the same Ayanna Smith who was placed on deferred adjudication? All right. You all need to be quiet in the box. That's okay. Are you the same Ayanna LaShawn Smith who's placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 6750 for the offense of taking a weapon from an officer on August 29, 2022 for a period of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 14 AA. on or about the tenth day of November twenty twenty-two in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Ayanna LaShawn Smith, did then and there fail to complete the treatment alternatives to incarceration program through Bexar County CSCD as directed by the court in violation of condition number 14AA.
All right, how do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
All right, did you understand by pleading true to violation 14AA, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation 14AA?
Yes, ma'am. True.
Court will find 14AA true. Is there an agreement?
No, Judge.
All right, state, what are you requesting?
Judge, we're requesting revocation.
All right,
Judge,
so both, let me ask, are both of you requesting revocation?
actually, Judge, our first request is to revoke and reform. And Ms. Smith has 221 days in custody. She is homeless. Honestly, this is probably a probation she was not ever going to be able to successfully complete due to her situation. At this point, we're asking for her to get some kind of a time served judgment, which would probably require the court to reduce it to an assault. In the alternative, we're requesting that the court consider revoking and just giving her 2 years, in which case she has pretty much sufficient time in for her to be paroled. She probably will have to, and I've explained to her, she'd probably have to go to TDC to get a number, but she would probably be eligible for being immediately paroled.
All right, and I see that the indictment, this is a case where she attempted to take an officer's nightstick, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state, what are you requesting? You say revocation, but what time are you requesting?
We were just requesting 2 years, Your Honor, the minimum.
I'm sorry?
2 years, the minimum.
All right, the court will grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's to be no contact with Quick Trip Store number 4007, located at 310 San Pedro Avenue. I'm sorry, do you have a trial court certification done?
I do not.
It's and that's in San Antonio, Texas.
Can she step over here to sign?
Yes. All right, Ms. Smith, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal.
No.
All right, is she waiving her right to appeal?
Well, we didn't have a bargain,
Yes.
so.
Okay. All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, because this isn't a plea bargain agreement, you do have a limited right to appeal. And that right to appeal is as it relates to the allegation in the motion, not the fact that you are on deferred adjudication. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Yes, ma'am, you as well.
Yes, Judge. May I announce on Travis Murray, please? Travis Murray. Really up on the docket.
And where is Travis Mary?
He's present judge in the first row.
All right, can you come forward? All right, yes.
Yes, Judge. We're still set for trial in this matter. Not in agreement with the proposed plea offer from the state. It's my understanding, Ms. Catherine Pollard was working a little bit more intensely on this case, Judge. So I wanted to see what her thoughts were regarding the matter, which I believe the sufficiency or lack thereof of the evidence, Judge. So that's what we're currently at.
All right, so your plea deadline date is expired. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you'll have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. How long do you expect this trial to last?
This one, a few days, less than a week though.
All right. Ms. Ferguson? All right, and Mr. Mayor, why were you late for court?
First, Judge, I do like to apologize for being late, tardy.
Oh, no, I accept your apology, but why were you late?
Me and my sister drove me here actually, and we left the house we stayed at the back end of Falcon Wolf in 1604. So soon as we got on the bridge at 8 o'clock, come around the turn from 1604 to 90, instant traffic. And then it directed us to 410. We come around 410, some more traffic. So at that time, we was in communication with my turn here to my right. And we came on in as quickly as we possibly can, starting from 8 o'clock.
All right, so here's the thing. I believe that I shouldn't be asking people to do something that I wouldn't do. So whenever I think I'm going to be late and I'm running late, I am rushing. And you know what people tell me? They tell me, you're the judge, you can be late. But you know what my thing is? My thing is I may be the judge and am the judge, but I don't like to be late. So if it's rain, sleet, snow, whatever, I make plans to be here on time. And so I'm always here at 9 o'clock. And you know why I'm here at 9 o'clock? Because the docket starts at 9 and I want to make sure that we're here at 9. So I don't accept people being late because I'm not late. So I'm marking in your file that you are late. Do not be late again. And so people need to plan for traffic. I think everybody knows San Antonio is an endless city of construction. It is a city where people don't know what the yield sign means. It is a city where when people have an accident on the freeway, they don't move it to the side of the shoulder where accidents are supposed to be because everybody thinks that they're going to get $2 million because they got a fender bender. I make plans for all of that. So people are going to have to start making plans for that because I'm here at 9. Again, even though people tell me I don't need to be here at 9 because I'm the judge. When I was a defense attorney, you know what I would tell my clients? Because I would have to be in several different courts. I would tell them, look, bottom line, you need to be here at 9 o'clock because guess what? If you're not on time, I'm not going to jail for being late. You will be. So do not be late again. You understand?
Yes, Judge.
All right, we'll see you back on February 14th.
Upon us executing this case setting form, Judge, may you be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Honor.
Thank you.
Who's here on Ubrado Garcia?
I am, Your Honor.
Where's Mr. Garcia?
I do not know. I've never met with Mr. Garcia. I didn't realize that his case existed
Oh,
until.
he's downstairs. Just have the deputies bring him up.
Okay,
Thank you.
I am going to be requesting a reset because I just found out about this case when I got the notice to be.
Okay, all right, just have them bring your client up. Dante McCoy,
I'm here on that, Judge. Good morning.
good morning. Where's Mr. McCoy?
I don't know, Judge. This case is filed at large and I've never had any contact with them.
All right, there's a line right there.
I'm not sure, Judge.
Everybody's trying to stay healthy for the holidays.
Yep.
All right, let me see what page your client is on, just a moment.
Page 6, Judge.
All right, thank you. Oh, you answered. Can you come forward? You say page 6?
Yeah, at least on the PDF.
Okay.
Came up to page 6. Is that your case? I think so, yeah, I took a look at it.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 5663, State of Texas versus Dante McCoy. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Good morning, Judge. Dirk Ashball for Mr. McCoy.
All right, this hearing was at 9 a.m. It is now 10 a.m. Defense, have you had any contact with your client?
No, Judge, I have not.
Have you attempted to contact the bondsman?
That's what I was gonna do, Judge. I went to the back and the door was locked, so I was gonna ask Lupe to look it up.
All right, well, let's
Yep.
have you look that up before the court makes any rulings.
Okay, Judge.
Thank you. All right, could I see the parties on John Robert Cuellar? And probation, this is for deferred. Court is calling 2022 CR 10117, State of Texas versus John Cuellar. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Michelle Hayden for the state.
for the defense?
Mike Blackburn.
And are you Mr. Cuellar?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, sir, we have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Cuellar, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, married cohabitating.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Cuellar, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with assault, bodily injury, married cohabitation as a class A misdemeanor? The
Yes, Your
range of punishment is up to a $4,000 fine and up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Off the record for a moment. Can I see the file on Smith, please? It's been filed back. All right, we are back on the record. All right, and did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent, was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Cuellar, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, I am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you what's entitled plea bargain agreement. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, I understood.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, married cohabitation. There's a $1,500 fine. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, and there's to be no contact with Stephanie Martinez. Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, I understand.
Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, it is.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your deferred adjudication before a term of 2 years, there be a TAP evaluation and 48 hours of community service restitution in the BIPP. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, married cohabitation, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
State offers States Exhibit 1, its attachments into evidence.
We reviewed, no objection.
Mr. Cuellar, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence States Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing States Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cuellar, do you have any children?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
No.
So if you're released today, where will you be staying?
My mother's.
Does your mother want you staying with her?
Yes.
Have you asked her?
No.
So then you don't know.
She's always welcoming me.
Maybe not this time. How old are you?
35.
Are you employed or were you employed before you were taken into custody?
Yes.
Doing what?
Warehouse.
I'm sorry?
Warehouse.
What does that mean?
I was working at a warehouse at Amazon.
Are there any drug issues?
No.
What was this argument about?
I wasn't giving her enough attention.
So that's an argument that lasted. Because according to the police report, this argument started the day before and lasted through the night
Yes,
and then the next morning.
yes, I was trying to get rest for work and she kept,
Any other questions from either side?
Yes, he does have a job right now. He's been a trustee since he's been incarcerated. He works for the company that supplies food to the jail, and they've actually told him he's hired. And gets out, and that was submitted to the state previously.
All right, any questions for Mr. Cuellar State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions for Mr. Cuellar?
No.
All right, this is what the court will do. 2 years deferred adjudication. $1,500 fine. Probated. Affirmative finding of family violence. No contact with Stephanie Martinez. So what that means is your relationship with her is over. Y'all don't have any children together. Do y'all have any property together?
no,
Any bank accounts together?
no,
There's absolutely no reason for you to speak with her. Do you understand? You're 35. It's not like you're a teenager, so you should be able to move on.
yes, Your Honor.
And when I say no contact, that means no letters of apology, no speaking to her by phone, no speaking to her through third parties. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you do that, what's going to end up happening is a warrant may be issued for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
And there's be no spending the night or going over to her apartment or her coming to you. Do you understand?
I understand.
If that happens, a motion to revoke will probably be filed and we'll see if you go to prison or not. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. 48 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do with the booster or you have with the booster, you give it to probation that account towards your community service hours. The BIPP course. There's going to be field visits. One time per month. Proof of employment. Within 20 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. What's your mother's name?
Diana Cuellar.
Defendant is to reside with Diana Cuellar. Until April 2023.
Okay.
At that point, you need to get your own place. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
There's to be regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No.
Is there anything you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, probation will go over conditions with you. What I can tell you, the key to a successful probation in this court is communication. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and are you back on, Mr. McCoy?
Yes, Judge. I called the bondsman and left a message. I called them twice. They never answered. So I just let them know, who I am and they had court today and to give me a call back with some
Okay.
info. Unfortunately, Judge, on the initial appointment, there was not a phone number listed. So I was just hoping that he had called the office at some point in time. But
All
he
right,
had
so
not.
this is what I'm going to do. On this case, I'm going to recall it.
Okay, Judge.
And Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can we recall this for the 16th? December? All right, so I'm going to recall this for December 16th, and your client needs to be here and be on time.
Okay, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, could I see Gilbert Orozco? Can you look this up, please? His SID number is 353-632. All right, so your case hasn't been indicted yet. So what you'll need to do is speak to your attorney, Mr. Chumley. If he wants it to be brought to court prior to it being an indictment, he just needs to let the court know. We'll place it on the docket. All right, and you can let your bondsman know that you checked in today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're
Yes, ma'am.
excused. Jesse Ortiz. Jesse Ortiz. Travis Murray. Moses Ross. Amber Greggs. Okay. Kadir Gunner.
Present, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Judge, we spoke with the state on this. I think we're trying to get a date certain and we've
Yes.
come to February 28th, if that works with the court, Norma.
All right, Norma, can we recall this for February 28th? Yes. All right, so we're gonna come back on February 28th. That's gonna be your jury trial date. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court if that's what you decide to do. You understand? All right, so this will be going on the 28th.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right,
May
just-
we just-
yes, get a reset form from Ms. Ferguson.
Judge, Merry Christmas. I think I'll be here before the 25th.
Oh, how's the family doing?
What was that?
How's the family doing?
You know, we got better days and bad days, so I appreciate you asking. So that's the best.
Yeah, it is.
Nice. Days far out.
That's true. That reminds me of an old gospel song.
You realize what it means when you go through this.
Oh, yeah. And you got to appreciate every day. That's why I always tell everybody, every day is so great. You're here, you're blessed, you know, and you need to be in the moment of it, you know?
It's actually so important to think that.
Yes,
Get off the internet.
there you go.
Absolutely.
Do you know, it's so funny, when I started practicing law, we all had pagers. And now it's a cell phone and people want to be with you in contact 24/7.
We were talking about that earlier.
Mhm.
There, just that it's, you know, when I was born, it was like 5. Lo and behold.
Yes. All right, well, you guys have a great day and thanks for coming to court dressed appropriately. I appreciate that. All right, thanks. All right, is the person here on Deshandra McAfee? The attorney? Okay. Let's put this up here when I'm gonna come back.
I texted Megan, she said she or Dawn would be back shortly on that one.
Okay. Do you have something for me? Thank you. And you date things. I appreciate it. It's the, you know, it's the little things. Yeah, that's okay. I always jinx it by saying something about it. Okay, thank you. Who's here on Julian Hughes? Just 1 second, we're waiting your attorney. You can file that the attorney's not here. Anthony Trevino.
My case, Judge, he's on Zoom. In
All
the
right.
waiting room.
Yes.
I've been hard on this case I guess it's no longer going to be a Marcus case, so
No.
I'll have to confer. I'm waiting for an affidavit from I guess, one of the complainants. And I just asked the court to give me like 30 days so I can review discovery and figure out.
All right, and this is your client who's in Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like
State,
to make notes in the file.
state, not Texas.
Yes. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset for Mr. Trevino? I'm sorry, when? All right, it'll be January 23rd.
I'll sign the reset form and send him a copy.
All right, and if you can make sure that your client knows that he's not to be on Zoom with hats.
I will let him know.
All right, thank you.
There we go.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Trevino, you're on mute. Could you unmute yourself?
There you go.
Can you
All right, Mr. Yes, I can hear you. So, Mr. Trevino, we'll be back on January 23rd and you can appear by Zoom, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Your attorney will get in contact with you. All
All right, have a good day.
right, thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Who's here on Dominic Brinkley? Hello.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. How are things going at the house, at the Navy household?
They're going well, Judge.
Is everybody sleeping?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Actually, recently, not as much, but due to a different reason, we got food poisoning, so that was pretty nasty, but otherwise, yeah.
But you know what people will say? Okay, fine, you got food poisoning, but is the baby okay?
Oh, the baby's fine.
Yeah, people don't care about you anymore. When you
No.
get babies and pets, people are like, James Warner was in a car accident. And he was like, I got banged up pretty badly. And people were saying, but what about Spencer? Spencer's his dog. People are like, we don't care what happened with it. Is Spencer okay?
Yeah.
So is the baby okay?
Oh, yeah, sleeping great.
Awesome. So what is happening with this case?
Judge, my client has another case pending at intake, first degree felony.
Mhm.
And so this is his first setting on this matter. We're asking for a reset so we can review discovery on the new case at intake. There's not really much that's been uploaded, just, I think, one police report or something like that. Maybe it was just a warrant, actually. I don't even think there's any police reports yet. And then on that case, it's CM 105158. I'd like to have a motion to reduce bond as soon as possible, if we could, on that one as well.
All right, if you'll file the motion for that, the court will hear it. And then I can give you a 60-day reset.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is if you want it brought back before the 60-day, you can let the court know.
Definitely.
And Mr. Brinkley, I usually don't give 60-day resets. Everybody can tell you that. But I'm doing it in this case because that's a CM number and they don't have anything and they won't be able to proceed because this is a state jail felony and the other case is a first degree felony. And I don't think your attorney wants to proceed on the state jail felony prior to the first degree. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 60-day reset for Brinkley? All right, we'll come back the day before Valentine's Day.
Sounds good, Judge.
All right, thank you. Crystal Cherry. All right, Crystal Cherry, if you'll come forward. All right, on this case, the last time we were here, the state was to speak to a witness. Where are we on that?
This was Marx's case, and I don't see any notes that witness was contacted, but I have given an offer to defense.
All right, and I'm assuming you want the state to speak to that witness?
Yes, Your Honor. And I understand that Marcus is out, but based on submission with the report, I would like the state to speak to that witness.
All right, state, when are you going to be able to speak to the witness? Because my understanding, Marcus is not coming back. He has a new employment and he's on maternity leave. So
I can do it today, Judge. So if you want to call it for later this week or.
All right, so we can come back. Ms. Ferguson, when can we bring Ms. Cherry back this week? Yes.
Friday, I'll be here on Friday, Judge.
All right, we'll come back on the 16th.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John Casanova.
In custody, Judge.
Yes, come down, Mr. Casanova. Oh, look, you made it happen.
Hi, Judge. I always come prepared to your courtroom.
I appreciate that. And I like the bolo.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, where are we on this case?
So just as a first setting, there is a child safe interview that I do need to review and watch, and I think I'm still missing some of the discovery. My clerk is downloading it as we speak, Judge, so.
All right, and is there CPS records involved in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, on initial glance, there's not, Judge. I still need to do a little bit of investigation on the case as well on my end.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can we call Mr. Casanova in 1 month, please? All right, so we'll come back on January 24th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Which court were you in?
Number 15. Town hall.
Okay. What's 15? Okay.
I'm not used to doing 1 hour and 30 minutes. Actually went over.
Okay. All right, your client is here by Zoom.
Yes, she is. Yeah, and I was provided. Judge, here's the thing we have seen prior to.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have an observer, my intern,
Okay.
which you may recognize from your class.
Hi.
I guess.
If that is here.
Yes. Well, welcome.
He was helping me in County Court 15, being the jury and sitting beside me, so I told him you were coming down here.
Okay, I hope you've enjoyed your time.
I did very much.
Yes. So everyone, this is an intern from one of my classes that I teach. So you all make sure that they realize this is a fantastic profession. Okay. The court is going to call 2022 CR 0272, State of Texas versus Aaron Schramm. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Michelle Hayden for the state.
for the defense?
Arlene Gay.
And are you Ms. Schramm? You need to unmute.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Schramm is by video. Any objection from the state
No, Your Honor.
defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Schramm, where exactly are you located?
Medina, Texas.
All right, we're here for sentencing according to the plea bargain agreement. Punishment is to be assessed at $1,000 fine probated, and the state is recommending deferred adjudication. Are both parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I don't believe because this is an agreement, I don't believe a PSI was done. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Both parties anticipated it being waived. I know, Michelle, you weren't the prosecutor, but the folks I was dealing with, we all anticipated it, but due to unforeseen issues in impact court, we're just coming up here presenting.
All right, counsel, the court was given a copy of the victim impact statement. Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes, I have. I've actually been provided a copy of it.
All right, do you have any objections to the court reviewing that and taking that in consideration?
I have no objections, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything, well, state, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any witnesses?
No, Your Honor. Just by way of argument, whenever the court's ready.
All right, and who did this plea? Which
Judge
judge?
Angelini.
Okay.
She entered her plea of no,
For plea.
of no contest, and we were anticipating like I said, to be sentenced to deferred.
All right, Ms. Strom, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. I'm gonna need you to keep your voice up. Could you state your name for the record?
Aaron Sturm.
All right, I see that there is supposed to be contact through app close. I'm assuming that you and the complainant share children?
Yes, we do.
All right, how many children do you have?
One son. He's almost 4.
And are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do?
I'm a housekeeper.
And how often are you doing that?
Daily.
All right, and what's the location?
It's around Medina and Bandera. It's local.
All right, are there any drug or alcohol issues?
No, ma'am.
I see that there is a family law case.
Your Honor, I was the attorney on the protective order for Ms. Strum and Benton Benton Leachman, excuse me. He was for the state. What we did, and the family code allows us to make family law orders in the protective order.
Yes.
So we have visitation, and her visitation, because our case was pending, is supervised. I have a copy of the protective order, but I just don't have one signed by the judge. We all signed it. I've been trial and I just couldn't get the signed one, but it's in effect, and she has a copy of it. Wherein her mother is the supervisor of her. And this was done because the case was pending. If they choose to change that, they can, like any family law order in the future. But she's to use the family law app and have visitation with her son on and what we call a standard visitation, as the court is aware of what that is. So that's already in place, and until it's changed by a family law judge, we anticipate that a divorce will be filed by my client. Neither party has filed, and I think this has just been trying to get past this case. And but my client anticipates filing that divorce, and that's why we put in there other orders that may be entered by the family law judge or family law court, because we anticipate that there will be orders in the future, and it may be within the 2-year deferred period. So we wanted to make sure that a judge will know about what you're doing, Your Honor, and that there's consistency, and we don't have to come back for future orders. But right now, there's no physical contact between them.
All right, so what the court has is, according to the plea bargain page, it had a deadly conduct in the plea that you all were proceeding on that, but then it's crossed through. But the plea paperwork said deadly conduct. Is there a reason that's been crossed through? Because I just want the record to be clear. So do both parties agree that the plea bargain was for a reduction to deadly conduct as a Class A misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know who's marking that is.
Not mine.
I don't know. And I don't draw straight lines, Your Honor.
Okay.
But it was, in agreement with the reduction. Yes, Your Honor. I don't know how that ended up that way.
Okay. So, Ms. Sturm, you're understanding that the plea you made was for a Class A misdemeanor of deadly conduct. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
All right. And state, I'm assuming, is this an affirmative finding of family violence also?
No, Your Honor.
No. State?
Judge, I don't see anything in the agreement indicating that we were including that.
No.
All right.
Well, does the court want the state to write deadly conduct above deadly conduct that's marked through? I only have a red pen today.
That's fine.
Okay.
That should probably be best.
Yes.
So there's no issue with regards to that.
We can just blame it on. This is gray marks.
Hey, my mom loves Judge Angelini, so we can't blame it on him. All right, and is there a reason why there was not an agreement for affirmative finding of family violence?
Your Honor, that was part of the plea bargain. This was a case that we're planning to take to trial. We believe that we had a strong case, but in wanting to resolve the case and not wanting to go to trial on an aggravated assault of deadly weapon, we entered this plea bargain. Actually, it was entered between me and Michael Villarreal. And that was part of the plea bargain.
And Judge, I just confirmed that was the state's position as well.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. 2 years deferred adjudication. There's $1,000 fine to be probated. Take in consideration county court cause number 664231. The court is going to order parenting classes. There's 48 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. The remaining hours will be waived if you provide proof of the parenting classes. And if she's already done that on the family violence, she can just give them documentation of that.
She has done one months ago, but she informed me of, I haven't gotten it yet, Your Honor, but make sure probation gets it.
All right, there's to be no in-person contact with Joshua Morrison. Contact is allowed through the close app only. There's to be proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm assuming transfer to Medina, but Bexar County services Medina, is that correct? All right, so we'll do a transfer to Medina County. I'm going to want field visits one time per month until further notice. You can do regular UAs or you can do the patch. Your attorney will explain to you the difference. Basically, patch is more expensive, but with the patch, there's less time constraints on you because they put it on and they tell you when you need to show up to have it removed. All right. Probation, is there anything else she needs? All right. And we'll do an anger management course. Ms. Sturm, is there anything else you need from the court?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did
Yes,
you
ma'am.
sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining case, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. I'm just filling out that other dismissal right now.
All right, Ms. Sturm, I'm going to need you to stay on. I'm going to send you to a breakout room with probation. They'll go over conditions with you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Ms. Sturm, I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
know what the situation is between you and the father of your child, but what I can tell you is children don't need this upheaval in their life. You understand? So
Yes, ma'am.
everybody is going to have to start communicating with kindness and respect. Whether you respect the other person or not, that person is the father of your child. And if you're able to treat each other with respect and kindness, even if you're faking it, one day it will come from a place of true kindness and true respect. Because a child does not need to see their parents being this way. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to send you all to a breakout room and probation will go over conditions with you.
Okay.
Counsel, do you need to be there as well or no?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then you are excused. Thank you. All right.
We got a verdict.
All right, thank you.
Let's go.
All right, bye-bye. You too. Who's here on Efren Soto?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, where's Mr. Soto? And Michelle, here's this. All right, your client needs to be in the center.
Where do we?
And you're on this side, state's on that side. All right, where are we on Mr. Soto?
Your Honor, I've conferred and we don't have a resolution yet.
Do you have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have all the discovery?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a plea deadline date in January for Mr. Soto. All right, your plea deadline date is going to be January 24th. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements after that time without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, we'll give you a reset form.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, is Arturo Rivera, is he in custody? Deputy Laura, is Arturo Rivera in custody? All right. All right, can you let him know his attorney is requesting that he be recalled for December 15th? All right, do we have the Spanish interpreter here for this? All right, we need to call an interpreter. Who's here? Latasha. I'm sorry, everyone, just give me a moment. All right, Latasha Jenkins. Why were you late?
Riding the bus. I don't really know how to ride the bus like that, so.
I was into the ride bus like that. You find out what the route is and you get up early.
Yeah, I'm no excuses, but I never like rode the bus like that. I've always either drove or had a
I've
ride.
ridden the bus. And this is the second time you've been late.
I know, I'm sorry.
Well, no, here's the thing, at some point, your sorry is not gonna get us. So if you want, I can have you ride the bus, but the bus that you'll be riding will be the one that the inmates ride, and we'll make sure that you're on time. And you can figure out how the inmate bus works. Do you want that to happen?
No.
I've ridden the bus before. There's nothing wrong with riding the bus. And I rode the bus when I was a defense attorney, and you know what I would do? I would end up at court at 7:30 a.m. Do you know why? Because I knew I had to be in court at 9, and I knew that things could happen with riding the bus. Because sometimes the bus runs late, and guess what? sometimes the bus runs ahead of schedule. And when it runs ahead of schedule, they don't wait. They're really supposed to stay there and wait till it's on schedule, but they don't. And when your bus is late, guess what? The next transfer that you're supposed to take, it would already be gone and you would have to wait. So for me to be on time in court, I would usually end up getting here at 7:30, 7:45. Which bus did you take?
I got on the bus. It was, I know bus 8 brought me down here. What bus I got on?
You should know your routes. I still know my bus route. It was
Because I got on from Raybon. From the Spring Hill Apartments.
So here's
But I know 8 brought us down, brought me down here to the courthouse, and I got off a block away. So it was a block, because I've asked the bus driver before I go from there. He said, go up a block and over a block, and that's what I did, and that's how I.
So I would ride the bus all the time, so that's not an excuse. So I'm not gonna tolerate you being late again.
Okay.
And if you're riding the bus, then you need to pre-plan your schedule.
Okay.
And I would tell you this, if you're leaving from here and going back home, the fastest bus you can get on is number 90, because that's the express.
I'm here to Raybon.
92 will take you the entire length of Fredericksburg, and that's how I learned San Antonio. Because I would get on the 92 and Fredericksburg Road basically transfers San Antonio. And if you get on the looper, which is the 550 or 551, it's going to take you a loop around the city. And if you make a mistake and get on that bus, that's going to add some time to your ride.
Okay.
So you had better, if you're taking the bus, you had better start navigating how you get there.
Okay.
And if it's the first time taking the bus, when I tell my mom I was taking the bus, the first time, you know what she said? Just ask the bus driver. They know. You can tell them, hey, this is where I am. What is the quickest route? And not only would they give you a sheet of paper that shows you the bus route, they'll mark it off to tell you, this is the quickest route for you to get where you need to be. You got to ask questions.
Okay.
The first time I rode the bus here, I didn't realize you had to pay. Because in Baton Rouge, you don't. No, in Baton Rouge, you don't have to pay for the bus. When you're in school, just get on the bus and it takes you wherever you want to go. You don't have to pay for it. So the first time I got on the bus here, I actually had to pay. I was like, this is nuts. Why are you guys paying for a bus? I'm a student. So what are we doing with your client's case?
We need a trial setting, Judge.
All right, have you received an offer?
Yes.
And when did you receive the offer?
Well, some time ago, it's marked there. So last setting,
It was like 2 weeks ago.
And are you rejecting that offer?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date. Is this family violence or criminal trial division?
criminal trial division.
All right, criminal trial, how long do you expect this trial to last?
Natasha Jenkins.
Judge,
It's an aggravated assault with death as well.
2 or 3 days.
Judge, I don't know any of the facts, but I wouldn't imagine longer than a week.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Jenkins. January 24th. All right, we're gonna come back on January 24th. We will be on time. If you're not
Yes,
on
ma'am.
time, we're probably gonna have to make sure that you're on time. We're
Yes,
giving you
ma'am.
transportation from the jail bus.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. We'll sound Brado Garcia. Where's your client?
He's right there.
Come forward. And where around this case?
I received notice that this case existed when I got notice to appear today. I have never gotten an appointment. I checked the e-discovery and there's no appointment for anywhere near that date. I'm requesting a reset so that I can go over the e-discovery, which I was able to get this morning. And I've spoken with the state.
Just one moment. All right, I tell everybody, no matter who you are, when your mom calls, you need to answer.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
it's kind of like your wife, Judge.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's a step up from wife or husband. It's like if you're in the middle of surgery and your mom calls, you need to answer.
If
All
I'm in the middle
right.
of surgery, when my mom calls, I'm gonna be standing at the pearly gates, Judge.
Okay. So do you want to come back on the end of the week? Because I mean, it's a state jail felony. It's a burglary of a building.
I'd just like to get an offer from the state and have an opportunity to, after I review the discovery, to talk to him. I'd like to request at least sometime next week.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can we put this on for next week, please? All right, so we'll come back on December 19th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, do we have the interpreter here? Hi, are you all ready or you need a moment?
No.
All right, can I see the parties on Juan Antonio Garcia Sanchez? All right, are you Juan Garcia? I'm sorry, Juan Antonio Garcia Sanchez? Yes. All right, so his plea deadline date has expired. Has he already spoken to an immigration attorney?
Yes,
And he's ready to proceed?
yes.
All right, State, how long are you expecting this trial to last?
Less than a week, but a few days.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can I have a jury trial date for Mr. Garcia Sanchez, please? All right, your jury trial date is going to be March 14th at 9 a.m. The court will not accept any plea bargaining agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
No.
No. Oh, what that means is either you're entering a plea today or not. Are you entering into a plea bargain agreement today?
A plea bargain, how?
Counsel, have you gone over the plea bargain agreement with your client?
He has had prior lawyers, George, but I have also gone over the plea offer.
You want to talk to him about that?
Son 20 años que te están ofreciendo. Ya te lo dijo el otro abogado, ¿no? ¿Verdad? No, yo no acepto eso.
I don't accept that.
All right, so what it means is today was your last day to accept the plea bargain agreement. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
No, yo no acepto. Yo me voy a un juicio.
Yes, I don't accept. I want to go to trial.
All right, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case after today without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
May we be excused, Your Honor?
After he signs his reset form. Yes,
Maybe excuse Judge.
yes, after he signs the reset form. All right, could I see the parties on Robert Bell? Who's Robert Bell?
It's Adrian Perez is the attorney.
Oh, this isn't ready. Adrian Perez isn't here. All right, who's here on Marvin Smith?
I am Judge.
Where's Mr. Smith? All right, what is happening with this VTC?
He just got accepted, Judge. I found out this morning. Apparently they did it a couple of weeks ago, but they just notified me today.
Okay.
I have to negotiate a plea bargain with Daryl. He's not available right now. I've tried contacting him. I was gonna ask for 30 days so I can see if we can set it for a plea in 30 days and have everything worked out by then.
Oh, so where's Mr. Harris?
He's in some meeting. VTC couldn't get a hold of him either.
Just one moment. All right, on this case, someone's coming down.
You know who?
No. But Darryl Harris said he's sending someone down quickly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and John Kuntz, are you already on? Who is it? Did I see the file on McAfee, please? All right, McAfee. All right, so Mr. Boots, there's actually a funeral that's scheduled today, so I'm trying to make things move quickly so that.
If they fill out a dismissal, that would make it move really quickly.
All right,
We-
are you all?
Not gonna happen that quickly. sorry.
Okay,
We would love that. That would make it just.
oh, it would be done, right?
We would be pretty quick as well.
I just walked in. I haven't had a chance to talk to Michelle, but actually, can you give us a minute?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get to it.
Yeah. I would consider that.
Here. That tie goes perfectly with that.
Would you like this color, Judge?
I do.
I mean, I had yellow and stripes.
Who's here? Mary Diaz.
It's my judge.
All right, and where's Miss Diaz?
She is coming.
Let me see what page she is on. Brenda, do you see Mary Diaz on the docket? Thank you. All right, so her plea deadline date is expired. State, how long are you expecting this trial to last?
Judge, this is a trial that'll probably take at least a couple weeks.
Are there videos? Or is it too soon for me to ask that question?
Not lengthy videos. There's just a lot of moving parts.
And Judge, I don't know when you're that's accurate. It's not weird, but it's voluminous.
So 2 weeks.
That's a very safe bet. I have a new lawyer that was very recently appointed to assist me in trial. If you could maybe take note of that. I don't know when you're setting cases, but I'm still trying to get him up to speed.
Who's the other attorney?
Mr. Bunk of the Bear County Bunk family.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Ms. Diaz, please. All right, your jury trial date is March 28th. The court will not accept any plea bargain agreements in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you'll give her a reset form, you're all excused. Who's here on Hughes? Giuliani Hughes
Me again, Judge.
or Julian Hughes?
Julian Kane Hughes, Your Honor.
All right. Brenda, I never know when I should pronounce it Julian or Julian.
It's.
How do you pronounce your first name?
Julian Kane.
So it's not Julian.
No.
Okay. I will remember that.
I know.
All right. The last setting I had, this says case to be dismissed for a plea and misdemeanor.
Okay, it's kind of funny, but it's not funny. So I keep trying to get this case scheduled for a plea. And what I think is happening is they see that he has a felony pending and they keep resetting it on their own motion.
Which court is this?
Well, Judge,
Who's 12?
Judge Huff. And I've explained to Booker, and I'm not throwing him under the bus.
No, throw people under the bus who need to be thrown under the bus.
Well, that
Just make sure
it
it's
is
not
of
me.
paramount importance that we get this plea done and they continue. I think he's just brain farting on it and he keeps resetting it because
What?
of your case. Brain fart. I don't.
Is that illegal?
Yes, it's a term of art, Judge.
No, it's not
So-
a term of art.
So they reset it to late January and I'm not sure what they're doing in that court right now. And I apologize to the court, but it's not my fault. That they keep resetting it and I'm trying to get him in there for a plea. So I don't know what to tell you. at this point.
Can you mute us, please? All right, you're reset in county court at law number 12 for tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. And so I'm gonna put this on the docket for tomorrow, but don't come here first, go there first.
Yes.
All right, is there anything else?
What if they reset us again?
They're not gonna reset you again. If they reset you again, I will walk down there. I will be.
Really?
I will be prosecutor, I will be defense attorney, I will be judge, because we've been waiting on this since October. Well, no, actually, yeah, October 4th.
You're preaching to the choir, Judge, believe me, I have tried to get him in there.
Oh, we're gonna make it happen.
We're gonna make it happen. Okay,
So they're gonna give you a reset form.
tomorrow.
Yes.
Once he please, you want him to come up or can I inform the court that?
Oh, yeah, just let them know and they'll do the dismissal.
All right.
All right, just get a reset form for Miss Ferguson.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure. Who's here? Marvin Smith. Oh, you all are still working.
Yeah, they're all.
All right, they're not ready yet. They're not. Okay. Are you all ready on McAfee? Okay.
So I conferred with the state. We don't have an agreement this time.
All right. So Ms. McAfee, if you'll come forward. All right, how long are you all expecting this jury trial?
Couple days.
16 weeks.
Are there any videos?
Not any that we, well, not any lengthy ones that we anticipate being played.
Yeah, I don't anticipate this taking more than 3 days.
All right, Brenda, then the question becomes, when we say not any lengthy ones, how long is the video?
Judge, I don't think there's anything that, that we anticipate playing.
All right, and now that I've seen Mr. Kuntz in trial, I know that Mr. Kuntz does not ask any questions that should not be asked.
I don't waste people's time, Judge. You know that.
Yeah. My mom, of course, there will be no thumbs on scales, but now John Kuntz is my mom's favorite attorney. So,
I'm very flattered. I'm
Oh.
very, very, very flattered.
all right, Ms. Ferguson. Can we have a jury trial date on Ms. McAfee? All right, we're going to do March 14th as your jury trial date. And because you all were negotiating, I'm assuming there was a new offer or counter offer.
It's a new counter offer.
All right, so I'm going to make March 14th. That's going to be your plea deadline date and your jury trial date.
Okay, I appreciate it, Judge.
All
Thank
right,
you very
you're
much.
welcome. If there's nothing else, just sign the reset form and you're excused.
Sure will.
Who's here on Robert Bell?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 1765, State of Texas versus Robert Bell. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state
Michelle Hayden for the state.
defense?
Adrian Bettis for the defendant.
Are you Mr. Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovered in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Bell, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We're proceeding on the lesser included offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child.
Any objections?
No objections.
Mr. Bell, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on aggravated sexual assault of a child? That is a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 years to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bell, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child. Punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 12 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine, no applications. They will take in consideration, everyone please whisper. They will take in consideration JN 2082555. There's to be chapter 62 compliance, no contact with the complainants or any minor children. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the lesser included offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence.
State offers State's Exhibit 1 and its attachments and evidence.
No objections.
Sean, you what's entitled waiver of consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney?
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. After reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
No, Judge, we're requesting a PSR.
All right. We'll just need a PSI and a top evaluation. Ms. Ferguson, I need a date. All right, we'll come back on January 26th. On January 26th, I'll let you know what the court's decision is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Talk to you soon. All right. Thank you.
All right, the parties on Alfonso Ramos. All right, so this is for the court to set the bond. The court has reviewed the previous PR bond evaluation that was done. I'm not inclined to give him a PR bond, but I will give him a bond amount. What are you requesting, counsel?
We're requesting the 3,000, Judge. Be double the initial bond.
State?
We have no objection to that, Judge.
All right, is there any drug issues with regards to your client?
Not that I'm aware of, Judge. He's neither one of these cases is a drug issue, is a drug case.
All right, and state, based upon your reviewing of the police reports, is there any issues with drug or mental health issues?
Not that I could tell, Judge.
All right, we're gonna go on the record. And NIMAG number 631819, State of Texas versus Alfonso Ramos Jr. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
For East Sparks.
for the defense?
Tony Hernandez.
And are you Mr. Ramos Jr.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, counsel, I want to ask some questions of your client. It's related to the bond, not the facts of the case.
Certainly.
All right. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand if you state your name for the record.
Alfonso Ramos Jr.
All right, have you ever used any alcohol or drugs in the past?
The past?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
What?
I used weed and alcohol long time ago.
Weed and alcohol?
Long time ago, yeah.
When's the last time you used any type of drug?
Oh, it's been like a year and a half.
I'm sorry?
A year and a half.
All right. During the these alleged offenses, were you drinking or using any drugs?
No, ma'am.
Are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
Well, right now I'm working with the landscaping company.
Okay. Is there any other questions?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that the record is clear, the court has reviewed the defendant's criminal history. The court has reviewed the application for PR bond. The court is going to deny the application for PR bond. And the court is noting for the record that both the state and the defense have informed me that the defendant had no alcohol or drug usage that's alleged to have been committed during these alleged offenses. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
That's my understanding, Judge. I haven't reviewed the discovery process, except on that one.
All right, so we're going to set the bond, agreed to set the bond at $3,000. Ms. Ferguson, can I have a reset date for Mr. Ramos? And she's going to give you a reset so you'll know when your court date is.
Yes, ma'am.
No, it hasn't. All right, so they're going to give you a reset form. Well, you need to have that and you need to make sure you show up to court on time. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, she'll give you a reset form, so he'll have it.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, who's here on Donnell Ward? All right, he was scheduled in impact court. And I'm assuming that didn't go.
It did not, Your Honor. We asked for continuance last week for 30 days and Judge Angelini gave us about 5.
Okay.
I have the affidavit if you'd like to peruse from my investigator.
Mhm.
I don't have the motions that you signed. So we're in the, oh, sorry.
All right, State, do you have any objections to their request for a continuance?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. I see that an offer has been tendered and the court does have the acknowledgements of discovery. Can I have a jury trial date for Mr. Ward? And how long do you expect this trial to last?
Just a couple days. Judge, we do have though on this case, defense, I guess has some new discovery they may be getting to us. And we'd also requested some CPS records that we don't have now. So
okay.
I don't know if you want to do an intermediate setting.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you set this in February for discovery, please? You said 7th? 2nd, yes. All right, we're going to come back on February 2nd for discovery.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, do you need your affidavit? Thank you.
And it is attached to the other motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, who's here on Marvin Smith?
Oh, that court.
Oh, you're still working on that?
Well, no, Daryl gave me an offer. It was not the offer I expected. It involved a felony conviction.
Come forward.
I've never had a client get offered a felony conviction for vet court. I need to give him some time to consider that. There's basically no incentive for the vet court outside of the treatment, which I found unusual. I'd like to give a little bit of time to have him decide whether he wants to go down that route or not.
And Judge Daryl told me to make the offer. He pretty much.
I'm sorry?
Daryl told me to make the offer. He
Okay.
looked at the file.
So that was conveyed today. I really would like time to be able to consider all the consequences that are going to come from that. I was anticipating that it would be a non-felony disposition. That was not the offer that was made right now. If I can give Mr. Smith some time to consider that.
All right, so is it normal that there's a felony conviction or no?
I've never had a felony case go into vet court that resolved in a felony. So and again, I've probably done 5 of these.
Was there an accident?
No, it's a straight third. Blood was a .20. I thought it would be kind of a simple DWI second, but Daryl said he would not offer that. And so I was surprised that I'm conveying it to him right now, but if we could get some time for it to consider, I'd be greatly appreciated. Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you bring this back on January 17th?
I'm gonna be out of town. I'll be back like 2 days after that. We'll get like,
The 20th?
yes, that would be fine.
Norma, are we able to put this on January 20th?
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Just get a reset form for Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. And what are we doing since he's been accepted to BTC? I think they just can't hang out there forever.
It'll be good until January 20th. He'll either accept that offer or might see if I can convince somebody to make that better, but we'll have a decision on the 20th as for a trial or take to appeal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chelsea Warren,
That's mine as well, Judge.
come forward. Mr. Warren. Let me find Chelsea Warren. Brenda, do you see Miss Warren? All right, thank you. All right, what's happening with this case?
We can't reach an agreement, Judge. This one I'd like to put on the trial docket.
All right, an offer has been tendered.
It's the same offer as the co-defendant.
I believe so, yes.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, put Chelsea Warren on the docket for a plea deadline date on January 20th. All right, that'll be your plea deadline date. After that, the court will not accept any offers in this case without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, can you give that to Norma, please? Carlos Landon. Yes.
Judge.
Hello.
Judge, we were set yesterday. for sentencing, and we were here and we started the sentencing, and then Judge Angelini recessed it because there was no restitution amount in the judgment. And so we agreed to come back next Monday. That was about 12:10. About 12:15, I called my wife to tell, hey, how the day went, and told her I had to come back next Monday. And that's when she let me know that next Monday is my 51st birthday. She booked an out of town deal for us Sunday to Monday, Monday to Tuesday. So I wanted to see if we could, and I've conferred with Marcus. He needed to talk with his witnesses to see when they would be available, but he's obviously got other things going on as well.
You want to come back later in this week?
I can't, Judge. I've got a full docket this week. Can we come back at the very beginning of January? Or can we come back next Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah.
So I didn't know about this. It was a surprise for my birthday. So I would have not, I didn't have anything.
Well, I
else
mean,
to-
it's not a surprise anymore.
No,
Brenda, he ruined the surprise.
Yeah. Well, yes, I did. It's par for the course. My wife is used to that.
All right. You want to come back tomorrow?
Judge, I can't. I've got a
15th?
full, I just can't do it this week, Judge.
Where are you
Well,
going to be?
where am I going to be?
Mhm.
Tomorrow, I am going to be in about 12 ALR hearings with witnesses that are subpoenaed. And
All
they're
right,
gonna hold
15th, where are you going to be?
15, I'm going to be in Medina County, Judge.
All right, you can zoom in.
I don't want to zoom in on a sentencing, Judge.
Well, what time are you going to be in Medina County?
I'm supposed to be there at 9 in the morning, Judge.
And what is it for?
It's for a DWI second that I have to, but I have to be there in person and go
All
do
right,
it.
we can do it on the 15th in the afternoon.
Judge, I don't know if my witnesses, I don't know if Marcus's witnesses can be here, but that's fine. If you
Okay.
want me to come back then I will, but
All right, we'll do it on the 15th in the afternoon.
okay. And if my witnesses cannot be here, my client will definitely be here, but if my witnesses cannot be here, may they zoom in?
Yes.
Okay, but I will definitely be here in person. So
Yeah, they can zoom in.
1:30.
This is an agreed,
It's not agreed, Judge.
it's not agreed?
No, that's why. If it was agreed, I would have absolutely said yes. It was 5 opposed.
All right, State, do you have any idea when your witnesses are going to be here?
Judge, do not know.
All right, because we already know Marcus is not going to be here. So everyone, Marcus is on paternity leave. And he's not coming back because he has a new position elsewhere. So the question becomes, who's going to be handling this and when are state your witnesses going to be here?
Judge, it'll likely be me. Again, we can contact the witnesses and get more information there. That's just, yeah, it's that one.
Judge, this is one from yesterday.
Yes.
I know that we needed to get an updated restitution amount.
Oh, that's right.
That's why Angelini recalled it. Our witnesses were here yesterday. And I don't know, did Marcus get you the email?
No, he doesn't. No. He-
Okay,
Yes,
so-
that is true. That we needed the restitution to be calculated. And I think that the state's witnesses were gathering medical records or something like that. I don't know.
what I overheard is that they needed to collect the medical records and get all that together before turning it over to us. So I can call and see when they expect to have that, but I honestly don't know if they'll have it together by Thursday.
All right, this is going to be the 3rd week of January and I'm not giving any more resets. So
Understood.
whatever people have, they have. If they don't have it, then they don't have it. All right, I need a date on
Thank
the
you, Judge.
3rd week of January. All right, so we're coming back on the 17th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Judge, thanks for letting me celebrate my birthday.
Well, you never know how many celebrations people are going to have for you.
This is probably it, and that's okay.
You're sure nobody is going to want to do another one?
No surprises. No.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, how do I know? Who knows?
Yeah.
See.
Yes. All right, thank you. Yes, yes. Okay, all right, thank you. Who's here on April Zuniga? Thank you.
The other was not that. She was gonna plead.
All right. Court is calling 2019 CR 4221 and 2022 CR 3449, State of Texas versus April Petulia Zuniga. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Brian Kimbrough from Ms. Zuniga.
Ms. Zuniga, in each of these cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna need you to speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same April Zuniga who was placed on community supervision in 2019 CR 4221 for the offense of driving while intoxicated third or more on November 4th, 2019 for a term of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you the same April Zuniga who was placed on community supervision in cause number 2022 CR 3449W for the offense of burglary of a habitation on April 11, 2022 for a term of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there any objection to the state reading one motion for each cause?
So.
All right. State?
Violated condition number 3, on or about the 9th day of October 2022 until the 15th day of October 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, April Petulia Zuniga, then and there associate with persons of harmful character in that said persons negotiated with the defendant to purchase or delivery of controlled substances in violation of condition number 3.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Okay, violated condition number 3, on or about the 14th day of October 2022 until the 23rd day of October 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, April Petulia Zuniga, did then and there associate with a person engaged in criminal activity, a violation of condition number 3.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Okay, last one, Judge. Violated condition number 41, on or about the 1st day of October 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, April Petulia Zuniga, did then and there failed to comply with the rules and regulations of the felony drug court, entering an establishment whose primary purpose was to sell alcoholic beverages and remained at said location where alcohol was the main item for sale or consumption, a violation of condition number 41.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
State waives all other violations.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No objection.
All right. Did you understand by pleading true to violations 3, 3, and 41 and cause number 2019 CR 4221? The court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 6 years in prison. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violations 3, 3, and 41 in that cause number?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that true. And in cause number 2022 CR 3449W, did you understand by pleading true to violations 3, 3, and 41? The court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 4 years in prison. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violations 3, 3, and 41?
Yes, ma'am.
And that cause number, the court will find 3, 3, and 41 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, it's for the defendant to go to state ISF and to then go back to the drug court program.
Does drug court want her?
That was a part of the probation recommendations. That's what they listed, that the judge was willing to take her back once she went through either state ISF or safety. And
That was, Judge Glenn indicated that he would continue her in drug court if she agreed to go to state ISF. And that's in the summary, court summary from Mark Hewitt.
Okay, so Ms. Zuniga, why should I just send you to prison? It appears that you haven't done anything except pick up a new case and hang around people you're not supposed to be around. So why should I just send you to prison?
Because I mean, I was doing everything like as of my classes, my UAs. I was
No, you were in an establishment that's primary purpose was to sell alcohol. And they said you were arranging some kind of drug sale with somebody.
No, not like, I guess no, they were like, I guess they were using like substance abuse.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
I mean, I wasn't in the middle of any drug use or anything like that. But also I'm also doing like my classes for CPS for my kids. And
No, here's the thing. CPS was going on while this was happening.
Yes.
And you were not doing what you're supposed to do. The violations that were just read to me, one of the violation is on or about the 9th day of October 2022 until the 15th day of October 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, April Petunia Zuniga, did then and there associate with persons of harmful character, and that said persons negotiated with the defendant the purchase or delivery of controlled substances. That's what you just pled true to. So I don't understand why I shouldn't just send you to prison. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I know what probation is recommending. I know what felony drug court is recommending, but I don't understand why I shouldn't just send you to prison.
I mean, because I do want change.
No, I mean, you won't change now because you don't want to go to prison. So I don't understand why I shouldn't send her to prison. Does somebody want to tell me why she shouldn't go to
Well,
prison?
Your Honor, I don't know the facts or the nature of the allegation she pled to. And I can tell you that I called Mark Hewitt, her probation officer, probably 5 times over the last, because I reset the case for a week. And I try to contact him to see what the nature of these allegations was. The main thing I noticed is that Judge Glenn, whom I know and I respect, said that, and he knows this much better than I do, that he would be willing to keep her in drug court if she went to state ISF. Now,
I mean, I know him, I respect him too, but I still don't understand why I should do it.
Well, again, I don't know the details of what happened with these individuals that she was associating with. She's not charged with any criminal offense other than me. So she's not accused of being involved in a drug deal. I don't know what that, I mean, I understand how it's worded, but I don't know what the actual facts are in that. I've asked April, and frankly, April's not helping me, and I don't understand what happened. But the main thing I find is that the drug court said they will keep her. From my experience with drug court, they normally don't do that unless they see a reason to keep her, because otherwise they want her out. They don't keep people that they don't think could benefit from drug court and could succeed. Judge Glenn feels that she needs to go to inpatient and ISF is appropriate. I'm only asking the judge to give her that opportunity based on what the recommendation from Judge Glenn is.
See, I don't know why they didn't just keep her then and send her to ISF.
Well, I don't know how that works because, I mean, they accused her of violating her probation. So I'm assuming that, do they have their own MTR deal in drug court?
I mean, they could just not send her in. We're gonna go off the record for.
yes, Judge.
Ms. Zuniga, come down. And we're not on the record. Ms. Zuniga, how old are you?
32.
All right, so here's the thing. Could everyone please whisper? You've already entered your pleas are true. And I understand that people are in different seasons of their life. And I understand that sometimes people are treated badly in life. I understand that sometimes people are misused and abused in their life. But I went into the hallway because I wanted to speak with Judge Glenn, and your attorney was present and the state's attorney was present. It's very difficult to speak on the bench with another judge. So that's why we were in the hallway. And we were discussing things with Judge Glenn, and here's the problem. The problem is people are trying to help you. People are trying to work with you. And I know sometimes it's difficult to change people, places, and things, but in order to be successful, you're going to have to change people, places, and things. And I used to always think that was easy to do because I worked as attorney in all the treatment courts before, right? And I was the original attorney. And when people would say, you need to change people, places, or things, I'd be like, hey, that's easy. But then when I started thinking about it, for example, if people told me to change people, places, and things, and they say, okay, Judge Boyd, this is what we want you to do. We want you to hang out with people who sell drugs. We want you to hang out with people who use drugs. That would be very difficult for me because of the circles I'm in. I don't know a lot of people who use drugs or sell drugs. Now I have people who come before me in court who do that, but it's not like these are the people that I am having dinner with or lunch with or say, hey, let's go do painting with a twist. And while we're there, maybe we can sell drugs. So it would be very difficult for me to change people, places, and things. And so in your situation, these are the people you've been hanging with. But if you want your life to be successful, and if you don't want to end up in prison, then you're going to have to change your people, places, or things. I was about to send you to prison, and not for 2 years. I was going to send you to prison for 6 years on one case and 4 on the other. And you need to make a decision on whether or not you want to go to prison. And you have children?
Yes.
You need to start asking yourself each time you're getting ready to do something, you need to ask yourself, is this something that will result in me not seeing my children for 6 years, or not seeing my children for 4 years, or going to prison for 6 years, or going to prison for 4 years? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, you need to start putting your children above your wants, your needs, above the people you hang out with. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Judge Glenn said he's willing to accept you back into felony drug court. So we're going to put a hold on her. And the hold is for felony drug court. And so felony drug court is going to take care of what they do with you. And I'm telling you right now, you're looking at either SafeP or ISF with them. If you don't want to do SafeP with them, you need to tell me now, because if you don't want to do SafeP with them, then I can send you to prison. We can move on to the next person. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if they order you to SafeP, are you going to be doing that?
If that's the only choice I have for them.
Yeah, that may be your only choice.
And they won't have state ISF.
What I'm telling you is, my question for you is, if they order you to go to SafeP, are you going to do it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my only question. We can't write our own programs. If you could write your own program, guess what? You wouldn't be on probation for this because you would have been successful at it. So I'm not making a ruling. We're going to refer her back to felony drug court, and she's to remain in custody for felony drug court. And Mr. Kimbrough, you may want to make sure that you're in touch with felony drug court to make sure that they remember that this is not a first-time referral. This is just sending her back. All right, is there anything else?
No.
You better change your ways. one or two things gonna end up happening if you don't change. Either you're gonna end up in prison, either you're gonna get a bad batch of drugs, in which case you may overdose. But either way, if you don't change your ways, you're not gonna have contact with your children. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything else?
Um,
All right.
How long does the notary take for the felony drug court to?
Oh, they'll probably get to you this week. It's Tuesday. They'll probably get to you this week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you see what happens. So they're not gonna do anything until you go back to phone. You know.
Where's Jeff Mulliner?
Yeah, I'm just adding it there.
Which case?
Your Mendoza.
Need to have it pulled.
Yes, Your Honor.
Christopher Reyes?
Yes, Jeff, we're here. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Let me find him on the docket. Thank you. Good morning. Why were you late?
Sorry,
Why were you late?
car was stolen last night.
I'm sorry, what?
My car was stolen last night.
All right, so how did you get here this morning?
I got a ride.
All right, here's the thing. You've heard my speech. Maybe you've heard it before. I don't allow people to be late. Well, I don't want to say never, but I'm not late for court. And if you're late, what ends up happening is you may end up going into custody. Sorry, just give me one moment, please, everyone. All right, Christopher Reyes. Yes, all right, what is happening with this case? With the discovery?
With the discovery, I think we have everything now, so I'd like to have one more setting before you give us a plea deadline. I'd like another setting for a plea.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can you recall this in 1 month, please? All right, we'll come back on January 24th.
May I approach the court and
Yes.
on Mr. Reyes as well? You were kind enough with the state's consent last week to grant him GPS for work. His work hours changed on Sunday, so this motion simply modifies the order that was agreed to on Mondays for the hours.
Okay. You're welcome.
You make copies of these, okay? I'll be right back here. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Make sure you're on time.
Yes, miss.
Daryl Masters. Hello.
Sometimes you make mistakes. I did not have it on my docket. Norma called me a few minutes ago. I was in the courthouse. We've agreed to reset this to Friday if you're agreeable.
All right, we'll see you back on Friday.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Who's here on Victor Mendoza?
Yes. That's gonna be a plea, Your Honor. This should have this morning.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. We got the paperwork.
All right, who's here on Amber Grant?
I am Judge.
All right, what is happening with Miss Grant?
Yesterday, Judge, and with Judge Angelini, there was some discovery issues that were brought up with Marcus. He told Marcus to be back here today and give us a status on the discovery. Well, Marcus couldn't be here today, but I am told that the stuff that that Judge Angelini asked Marcus to get has been received, and they're going to upload it to e-discovery for me. So the discovery I was looking for, I'm going to have now.
All right, we can put it on the same date as your other
January
client.
24th?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. May she be excused.
Yes, after she signs the reset.
Yes,
form.
Judge.
All right, who's the attorney on Jeremy Medina? All right. Is he going to be able to handle these cases or no? You don't think so? All right, find out for him if he wants to have this person appointed a new attorney. And is this person on bond or in custody? All right, Jeremy Medina, is he still downstairs? All right, so let Mr. Medina know that we're gonna recall this case for January. And if there's some issues with this attorney, we'll take care of that. Can we put this, what date, Ms. Ferguson? All right, so we'll put it down for January 12th. All right, so who's here on Omar Kalunga?
Charles and I are here, Judge. I think we're ready.
All right, if they'll come forward.
Okay. Omar.
I'll get her. Court is calling 2022 CR 4752, State of Texas versus Omar Kalunga. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Sparks.
Defense.
Charles Bach from Mr. Kalunga.
And are you Mr. Kalunga?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case, or did you review it with your client?
I have and we did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Kalanga, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Judge, we're proceeding only on count one. We're going to waive count two as well as the enhancement paragraphs.
Any objection?
No objections.
Mr. Kalanga, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishment and Defendant's Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Absolutely.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and is legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Kalanga, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. There are no applications. This is to run concurrent with the Cameron County Cause number 2012 DCR 1795. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Then to the offense of, and count one, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, ma'am.
State any evidence.
Yes, Judge, stated, offer states exhibit one, all I have.
No objections.
Showing you what's entitled a waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits one and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits one and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
We believe he's worthy of the plea bargain. We ask you to follow it.
All right, the court will sentence you to 8 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. This will run concurrent with Cameron County case 2012 DCR 1795. And there's to be no contact with Jason Harmel, Harmel. Next, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record.
Judge, the only thing on the ball, we're still on the record. He's
On the
been in
record?
continuous, yes, please. He's been in continuous custody since July 23rd of 2021. Some of that time was out of county, but I've given the clerk of your court paperwork, the documentation. I'd ask that the record reflect his credit begins on July 23rd of 2021.
All right, any objection, state?
No, Judge.
All right, it will reflect.
Okay, thank you.
All right. You need to do better. You understand? Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in and out of prisons and you're going to look up and a majority of your life is going to be spent in prison. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 9447, State of Texas versus Victor Mendoza. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar from the state of Texas.
Defense?
Leo Gonzalez for Mr. Victor Mendoza.
And are you Mr. Mendoza? Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Mendoza, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State you're proceeding on the indictment as presented.
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Mendoza, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand you're charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could sentence you to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up all of these rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mendoza, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial, showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $1,500 fine, affirmative finding of deadly weapon. State recommends deferred adjudication, restitution, and no contact with Adolph Perales Jr. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the agreement. State is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 8 years. There be 200 hours of community service restitution and no contact with Adolph Perales Jr. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Your Honor, state offer states Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
No objections, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding you guilty if you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, he's got a very limited history. He's got very limited education. He understands the position he put himself in. He's sorry for that. I believe that court may consider looking at some mental health possible treatment in the future. And limiting his community service because of his age and circumstances. We asked that the court consider less than 8 years as far as for the recommendation for the length of time for probation.
All right, do you have any children?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
21.
I'm sorry, what?
He's got a stutter, Your Honor.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Just take your time.
I'm 21 years old.
All right. So who is this Renee person?
She was an ex-girlfriend.
So she's somebody's girlfriend?
No, she was my girlfriend.
All right, the way the Renee is spelled, it's not spelled as though it's a girlfriend's name. Maybe they spelled it wrong in the report, because I'm reading in the police report that Renee was trying to goad you into fighting with this person.
That is not true.
So are you and Renee still together?
No,
So where are your parents?
they're in the back.
So where are you gonna live if you're placed on probation?
With my stepfather and mother.
Does your stepfather and mother want you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they told you they want you there?
Yes.
Defense, did they want him there?
Yes, Your Honor.
How far did you go in school?
Just 8th grade.
Why? Why didn't you complete everything?
Because I chose to hang with the dark crowd. And but I'm willing to take my GED classes out there.
All right, because it's like, what do you expect you're able to do with an 8th grade education? There really isn't much you can do. And it's not upward mobile for you if you only have 8th grade education. So you're gonna have to figure out what you want to do with your life. And part of that is going to be getting your education. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues?
Not that I know of.
Do you know, counsel?
I have not been made aware that he's been diagnosed, Your Honor. Just in speaking with him, I believe it's regarding anxiety and things like that. I think would be helpful to him.
All right, any other questions?
No, Judge. No, Your Honor.
All right, so his mom is here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mom, could you come up, please?
She is a. Does she speak English? She speaks
No, she speaks Spanish.
She only speaks Spanish, Your Honor.
Oh. All right, she only speaks Spanish. Can you see if we can get an interpreter? Oh, okay, stepdad, if you could come up then. No, that's fine. All right, could you let her know she can have a seat then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. State your name for the record.
Luis Bautista Senior.
And have you always been in Victor's life?
Yes, since he was 10 years old.
Okay, so if I release him today, will he be allowed to live at the home?
Yes, he does. He's got a room.
He has a room?
Everything.
Does he have ground rules there?
Yes.
And what are the ground rules?
No smoking inside the house. Make sure you see home early.
All right.
Try to find him work with me. I do construction work.
Okay, so you think you'll be able to find work for him?
I'm pretty sure I will.
All right. So what time do you want him at home?
Before
What
dark.
hours?
Before dark.
Okay. Are you going to be able to do that if I allow you to live there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So we're not gonna do it live, but I'm gonna want you to make sure that you give probation the address where he's gonna be living.
Okay.
All right. And for him to be successful on probation, communication is gonna be key. So if there are any issues where he's not obeying your rules, let me know so I can see which rules he's not obeying if that's the case.
I think I did pretty good with my other three kids that were on the Navy. I only got one more in the Navy.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else I should know about Victor?
Well, I mean, besides him being hurt from the back, I mean, he had an accident, sometimes it might keep him from doing some of the stuff, picking up heavy stuff.
All right. What accident did he have?
A bicycle accident with a car.
All right. So has he been evaluated for any mental health issues or anything like that?
No, after he had the accident, he had to learn how to walk again and everything else.
Okay.
And he was in intensive care for about 3-4 months.
Okay.
Trying to get, because they had to put weights in his back, and his head to keep it level and everything else.
Okay.
I mean, most of all, he's a pretty good kid. I've been with him and his mom, we've been trying to do the best, and hopefully now he learns and he'll straighten up.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to place you on 6 years deferred adjudication. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated. There's to be no contact and restitution, if any, to Adolph Perales Jr. There's to be no contact with what is Renee's last name? Alvarez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there's to be no contact with Renee Alvarez. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month until further notice. We're going to do a curfew. So you're going to need to be in your house by 7 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
The only reason for you to be outside the 7 p.m. window is if you're at work. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll do 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. unless he's at work. There's to be regular UAs, proof of employment, or SSI within 45 days. There's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. Defendant is to reside with his mother and stepfather until further notice. So if you decide that you want to live somewhere else, you're going to have to get permission from the court. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's going to be 200 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. The court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. It's going to do anger management. And once he completes the anger management, the remaining of the community service hours can be waived.
Yes, Your Honor.
And he's either going to get his GED or get some type of trade certificate. Probation, is there anything else he needs? All right, and I'm sorry, there's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
All right.
I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. The key to having a successful probation in this court is communication. If you have a question over whether or not you're allowed to do something or not do something, you need to call your probation officer, okay? And when you stay at home with your mom and stepfather, make sure that you help around the house. Because I'm sure they're gonna let you live there for free, okay? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who's here on Latoya Dowden?
I am, Judge.
Court is calling
Judge,
2019.
I was just gonna let you know that I believe the state was gonna be withdrawing their motion.
State, is this withdrawn? Okay, all right. All right, Ms. Dowden, they've withdrawn it, okay? All right, good luck to you. You're welcome. Good seeing you. You're welcome. Make sure you stay in contact with probation, okay? All right, the last two people. All right, you're welcome. All right, who are the last two people we have here? Because we're about to do a recall. Yes.
We're here. I'm just waiting for probation to get some time to escort my client.
Okay, and who's with the people in the box?
I'm with Mr. Porter. And he's quite, Carl Basil.
All right, where's Carl Basil?
He was in here.
All right, and well, it looks like Mr. Basil, if he's not here by 1, then we're gonna send his client back.
Judge, so Mr. Basil was calling someone that it was information that his client gave to him.
Okay.
He just was calling him really quickly just to try and see if he could speak to that person.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, that's all I have. My excuse.
Yes, have a good one. Tell your wife I said hi. All right.
Oh.
Mr. Lopez, come up front.
Yes, Mr. Basil, what's happening with your client?
Your Honor, I just received some information from my client that he might be, state might be wanting to help him on some cases, just talk.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, why would you mention that in open court?
Well, just telling you. Yeah, said he might.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. Norma, recall this case for Friday. We'll see y'all back here on Friday.
Okay.
Could I see that file for Mr. Basil's client?
Jason, you need the case numbers?
No, Yes.
It should be.
All right, we're coming back on Friday.
Okay.
So Norman Hickman is going to come back on the 16th. All right, so is there anyone else before we close docket?
I mean, we can call it doctor, we could do this another day, but we're coming to a resolution. Our problem is we're just trying to dot our i's and cross our t's, just because of the nature of the crime, what we can and cannot.
All right, do y'all want to recall this then for tomorrow?
That would probably be best, Judge.
All right, let me see the follow McCloskey. All right, so we'll recall this for the 14th. Are there any other files remaining? Yes, let's recall for the 14th. Yes.
I have a holding on. Same thing, we're just trying to get it resolved. We're kind of in a holding pattern. She's not on probation, but we're trying to give her a UA. And probation needs to finish what they're doing first. Is it possible to have it recalled on Thursday?
Ms. Ferguson, we can recall this back on Thursday?
No.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset date for the 15th. And can you give McCloskey a reset for the 14th? All right, is there anyone else we have remaining? Curtis Williams? Okay, who's the attorney on that?
The state was just supposed to hand over the discovery. Excuse the defendant from doing this along with the Discovery was handed over.
Okay.
Back as an-
All right, Norma, on this one, recall it for tomorrow and let Ms. McClendon know she needs to be here. And is this the last one? All right, then we will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Brenda, it was sort of like a Friday. Yeah,